Second race at a mile for fillies and mares. Blinkers on Janie as she stretches it out to 2 turns.
You know, Janie, like you said, they put the blinkers on. She looked really good even without them, so this might even make her more effective. I'll never question Tim McKenna. He knows what he's doing, and he's got a real nice horse there with Janie. So this one hails from a top barn, gets a top pilot, may like the added distance here.
I just, I took a lot of looks at her, but the outside post, first time going a mile, which she may well appreciate. But I did go to the 3 Faye Alana, the morning line favorite for Victor Trujillo with Kevin Orozco. On pretty good form, broke her maiden, and her tries against winners haven't been all that bad. Let's go to the third race. The Jackpot Pick 6 carryover is $6,300. Jackpot Pick 6, 10-cent wager.
I landed on Mr. Fireball, who posted a nice bullet work for the season debut for trainer Rosie Simpkins, who's had a very good season here thus far. And Frank Alvarado will be guiding Mr. Fireball. Time Ticker, likely favorite at post time in this race, has to be considered. And Mojave's a horse that can be very competitive here, Joe. We've seen Mojave here in the past. Seems to be very fitting at this distance, has that front-running style. So you and I agree, it looks like.
I got the same stuff right there. Yeah, Mr. Fireball off a lengthy layoff. His season ended a little bit early last year, but as Tom mentioned, he is training very well for Rosie Simpkins, and he's been a good sprinter. So we like him in the third. The fourth race at 6 furlongs. This is a maiden race with a field of 10.
You know, this was an interesting race. Of course, it's nice to see a full field of 10. It creates a lot of handicapping options. I went to the 8 Charlie Neal, bit of a long shot here with Talia Timantois, the rider. Now, this horse, this will be the first out in nearly 2 years for this horse. You got to go all the way back to 2024 form, which is, I look at that as just old news. It's water under the bridge. I look at the recent workout of 6 furlongs, which was just a sizzling workout. Certainly no reflection of any of that 2024 form. So if any of that translates to the racing today, I really like the chances for Charlie Neal, and long shot price, too.
Long shot price, 8-1. Talia Timantois for Dan Markle. Emerald Downs debut for the 8 off the layoff, as Tom mentioned. I'm going even longer, Tom. I'm going number 6, Exactamundo.
All right.
15-1. Kevin Orozco for Coco Patino. Exactamundo ran second to Chase, who came back to win the Auburn Stakes. Chase did. Then he had a poor start, a little slow start last time, and ran 5th from the 1 hole. So I'm going to excuse that a little bit. In fact, the second place horse in that race, 3-putt, came back to win by 5 lengths. So I think Exactamundo, he fits right here at 25,000, and at 15-1, I'm going to give him the nod in the 4th. Okay, we're both going price horse there. Let's go to the 5th. And this is, by the way, ladies, your prize drawings are after race number 4 today. Keep your ear out for that. 5th race, scratch the 1. I'm going to go now with Tano House, and I'm not disappointed to have him in my corner. He's 2 for 2 at the meeting, Tom.
Yeah, he's been a very competitive sort. I've got him in the mix, too. Been absolutely razor sharp. Also in search of the 3rd straight, as you mentioned. I went with an upset here with Winds of Freedom. They take the blinkers off here today. This is a big class drop as well, which could make the difference. And now this one draws to the inside with the scratch, so the benefit of the rail on top of it all. Silvio Amador had a riding double last night.
Yes.
So I'm going to go with Winds of Freedom, possible upset here.
Okay. Amador up, double for Silvio. He's our leading rider, has been since right off the bat. And George Rosales, one ahead of Tim McKenna in the training standings, and can't deal with it.
Yeah.
Became the first to win 4 races at the meeting last night with that impressive victory. So she is on top there. 6th race, 6.5 furlongs, fillies and mares. I watched the replay a couple of times. Chuckanut Bay over Capit Daddy. Capit Daddy was a little wide. I'm trying to think, can Capit Daddy beat him? Well, he's capable of it. He's a fast horse, but I just can't get away from Chuckanut Bay the way he won that last race.
You know, I tried to beat him the last time, and he made me look like a fool, I'll tell you what. Yeah, he's very effective at this distance of 6.5, fastest 6.5 furlongs of the meet, I believe, minute 14 and 3, I think it was. But he's just a monster at 6.5 furlongs. Alyssa Morales knows this horse well. They're a good team. I got to go with him.
Okay, we're going with the favorite, Chuckanut Bay. A lot of other people will be on him as well. 7th race, fillies and mares at a mile. Note the rider change, Jairo Marino aboard Sunglasses. She's kept good competition, Tom. I know she's more experienced recently on the grass, but I think she can beat this crowd from an outside post. It's pretty much a wide open race, and she's dropping a little bit.
It really is, Joe, and that, you brought up a point that's probably the biggest question mark will be the transition from the turf to the dirt, but you and I are together on this one. Sunglasses, I like this horse as well. Big class drop coming into this one. Toss out the last was just fanned wide in that one. This horse much more capable than that. So you and I together, 7 on top.
All right, 8th race at 5 furlongs. This is a maiden race for fillies and mares, first-time starters 2 and 4. And I took Slippery Silk, who showed a lot of speed in her debut, and she's actually shortening from 5.5 to 5 furlongs.
Promise I didn't peek off your homework. I'm with you, though. Slippery Silk draws the rail. 5 furlongs should be a really good fit for this filly. And showed good speed at first asking, draws that rail once again and shortens up the step. Looks like it ought to be right in her wheelhouse.
Okay, well, we've got some interesting angles going today, and you can find your own looking in the program or the form, as we'll have 8 races at Emerald Downs. And again, happy Ladies' Day this Saturday at the track. Horses in the walking ring for race number 1 at Emerald Downs, 1 of 8 on this beautiful Saturday. Ladies' Day at the track. Simoncito is the one, Joe Withey, along with John Lindley, and Simoncito is 3 for 34 lifetime, but a little ray of hope here, stretching it out to a mile, John.
You know, every race this year he's gotten a little better. He ran a real slow race his first, and the last 2 have been better. He was a little wide against Mr. Executive, who we're going to see later today. He does draw the rail, and he's bred to maybe get a mile, but being able to save ground from the rail will help him. We'll see if he can improve enough to contend.
We're looking at our Barracuda, who has 4 out of 8 in the top 3 at this distance, and just was a contender for a long way just a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, that was a better than looks race. He bobbled at the start, was 3 wide, forcing the pace on the first turn, and got a little tired in a race he may have needed. He might find himself loose on the lead in this field.
Yeah, second route off a brief layoff for our Barracuda. Hot Goblin, a wide trip in his first route at this meeting, first route in quite a while.
Yeah, he was 31-1 that day and only got beat a length and a half. Obviously, he's going to have to improve a little bit, but if he can stay in contention earlier, it wouldn't be a surprise at all to see him get his first win in a while.
Francisco Rodriguez, the trainer, and Kevin Orozco aboard. And drivetrain on the outside. He'll be coming from off the pace.
Yeah, he had trouble at the start last time, was crowded, lost a couple lengths. He's a deep closer anyway, but it doesn't help him. He only got beat, like you said, a length and a half. Another horse will be moving late.
2/3 at the meeting in 2 starts for the Scott Tubbs runner with Frank Alvarado on the track for the first.
Horses on the track for the first race today. It's the Pepsi Purse at 1 mile. Claiming event, purse of $9,500. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. A reminder that number 5, Go Lent Go, has been scratched. Number 1, Simoncito, has been excused from the post parade. Post time coming up in 5 minutes for the opener. And ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we'd like to direct your attention to the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle for today's national anthem. We ask that you please rise if able and kindly remove your hats for today's performance of the national anthem. We're happy to welcome back our own Al McGeckern. Al regularly performs the anthem here at Emerald Downs and at other sporting events throughout the region. Now here's Al McGeckern with our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming? whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. Oh, the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That's Al McGeckern.
Race number 1 at Emerald Downs, the distance of 1 flat mile, 1 lap around the oval. Older horses, non-winners of 3 races lifetime. Scratch the 5, and let's head up to track announcer Tom Harris for his selection.
Well, Joe, we have 2 horses primarily garnering the support in the wagering right now. That's number 2, Our Barracuda's currently odds on at 4-5. Then you have number 4, Drivetrain at 7-5. So both getting a lot of attention here. I go to Drivetrain, number 4. My top selection in the race has a pretty solid late kick to offer. I think the distance of a mile will fit nicely here for this 5-year-old by Accelerate. Frank Alvarado in the irons here. Hot Goblin could be a surprise run in this race. Hot Goblin currently standing at 4-1, gets a second chance at a mile here after a decent showing, and has that role of spoiler here. Then Our Barracuda is mentioned, getting a lot of focus in the wagering. I go 4, 3, and 2 for the opener.
4 on top, Drivetrain. He's been closing into contention strongly in both his starts at this meeting. John Lindley.
Yeah, you know, Our Barracuda last time ran a little better than looks race to me. He bobbled at the start. He moved up to take the lead, and the pace was relatively good that day, and he just got a little tired, and I think he might have needed that race because he had a gap between his last start and the previous one, and he has won at a mile. He could find himself on the lead here. He might find them right off the 1 horse. Depends what the rider of the 1 does, but either way, he's a step quicker than his main rivals. We'll see if that's enough to get another win at Emerald.
Okay, number 2 for John Lindley. John is the author of Parker's. You can pick up his tip sheet at Customer Service Center's program stands for just $2, and some excellent information there from John. I'm going to go with number 3. So we've got 3 different opinions here in a 4-horse first race. Hot Goblin, second time going the distance, hasn't run a mile much at all in his recent years of racing, but he is coming off a good try at the distance despite a wide trip. It's second time Kevin Orozco aboard for Francisco Rodriguez. I'm on the 3, Tom's on the 4, John's on the 2 and the 1st.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the first. Field set to load for the opener, the Pepsi Purse at 1 mile. Simon Cito steps in. Here comes our Barracuda. Hot Goblin looks it over. Drive Train, last of the group. Starter Mark Gibson will send them on their way once they're all set and ready. All in. And runners away. It was a good start for Simon Cito. Goes right out for the lead. Our Barracuda racing second with Hot Goblin third on the outside. Then Drive Train just back of that as they make the sweep round the turn. And Simon Cito is settled in on the lead by a length. Our Barracuda up to the outside, poised in second by a length and a half. Hot Goblin tracking in third by 2.5 or 3. Drive Train content to trail 5 off the beat as they head up for the backstretch run. 25 and 21 opening fraction. It's a leisure pace for Simon Cito, who brings them along by a half length. Our Barracuda on the outside, racing second, still 3 to Hot Goblin. Drive Train getting a little closer in fourth now, midway up the backstretch and a half mile away. 49 and 9/100ths went the half. Simon Cito is at the inside with our Barracuda in the shadow of the leader from the outside. Hot Goblin racing third by a length and a half. Drive Train is next at the rail, and the tempo quickens with a quarter mile to go. They run to the top of the stretch. Simon Cito at the inside. Our Barracuda's been there every step of the way from the outside. Hot Goblin back in third. Drive Train called upon now. They straighten away for the final furlong. Simon Cito digs in. Our Barracuda next. And Drive Train from the inside gaining late. 100 yards away. Our Barracuda gets to the front. Here comes Drive Train. Drive Train charging at the inside is up to win it by a length. Close between Simon Cito, our Barracuda, Hot Goblin at the tell. They stop the clock in 1:39 and 73/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the first race today. Finishing first, it was number 4, Drive Train. Second came number 2, our Barracuda. Third, number 1, Simon Cito. Fourth was number 3, Hot Goblin. Running time for the mile, 1:39 and 73/100ths. The first race today was the Pepsi Purse. Results are official. The official winner, number 4, Drive Train. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, it's Drive Train. He's owned by Camelot Racing, trained by Scott Tubbs, Frank Alvarado, the winning jockey. Drive Train is a 5-year-old chestnut gelding by Accelerate. From Bernadette, she was sired by APND. Bred in Kentucky by Calumet Farm. Here's a look at the prices for the opener. Winner number 4, Drive Train, returns $5.18 to win, $2.50 to place, no show wagering. Number 2, our Barracuda, $2.40 to place. Third came number 1, Simon Cito. Winning exacta $5.23, 50-cent trifecta $10.50, 10-cent super $1.75. Coming up, the second race, it's a distance of 1 mile, the Elysian Brewing Purse. Number 6, Janie, races with blinkers on. Blinkers on, number 6, Janie. Post time for the second race. On the board at 2:18, just over 20 minutes until post time. Reminder to all the ladies joining us today for Ladies' Day, we'll have a special prize drawing after the 4th race today. Be sure to get your entry in the entry bin located right next to customer service on track level before the running of the 3rd race. That's by post time of race 3. We will have 5 winners for a gift bag worth over $100. And don't forget, today's Ladies' Day is presented by Eli Sports Network and their handicapper, Larry the Sports Cat. Enjoy $11.95 spiked flavored lemonades available at all the bars. Plus, Kasenko chocolates are on sale at the gift shop. It's all on the track level.
Second race, Emerald Downs. Horses in the saddling paddock area for the Elysian Brewing Purse. It's at a mile for fillies and mares, and the Elysian Brewing Lookout just up there, the building north of the paddock, is a scene of action today. Pete's a regular at the cigar bar out there, which, Pete, that place is open every racing day.
Yes, it is. It's open to everybody that comes here, and we have cigars, beer, and great horse racing. Can't ask for anything better.
I like Pete as a racing fan. I think you're a cigar smoker.
Yeah, I am. I always have plenty with me, and I give them to everybody, and they enjoy them, and they like the horse racing and smoking.
Okay, fans, if you want to head out toward the cigar bar today, you might get a freebie from Pete there. He seems pretty generous, and Pete's also a handicapper. He's a regular at the cigar bar. It's the Elysian Brewing Lookout building, and there's food and beverage out there as well. Not too far of a walk, but special day today. It's the Great Cigar Smokeout Day for you guys.
Yes, it is, and we have the Ashton rep here from Ashton, and the cigars here are provided by F.K. Kirsten in Seattle.
Is that a good company?
Yes, we're the oldest cigar company in the state, been around since 1936.
Okay, so no Roytans sold there. I know that name from a kid. The cigar box at school was a Roytan cigar box.
Nope, not here. We got premium cigars.
Okay, so, and we might have a special event coming up later that fans can get a view of, but we're putting that together, I think, as we go. But you guys have your regular crowd out there, but today you've got an extra crowd.
Yes, we do. We have a lot of people that wanted to join us, and we really appreciate that, and we're here to have fun.
That's the main thing. Pete's a good spokesperson for our cigar bar. Again, it's open daily. Cigars are for sale. There's a beer stand, concession stand out there. There's some puffing going on out there right now. And how many cigars have you smoked today? Not that it really...
Just one. Haven't started yet. We're just the first one.
Okay. Well, great to have you. It's the Great Cigar Smokeout at the Elysian Brewing Lookout up there, and you're going to head back up there and keep organizing events for today.
That's right. I'll be up there. If you guys have any questions, come and see me.
Exactly. Thanks, Pete.
Thank you. Have a good day.
You too. Pete from our cigar bar area, which is popular. Got some nice comfortable couches up there, some big screens as well, a lot of race talk and cigar bar going on. Pete's got some in his pocket ready to distribute. John Lindley. John had 7 of 8 winners on Parker's, or 6 of 7 last night.
I wish it was 7 of 8, but yeah, 6 of 7. There were a lot of favorites, but still you have to put them together, and some of the exotics paid pretty well, especially like the pick 5 and the high 5. And, you know, today started off with the favorite, second favorite reverse, but we'll see how the rest of the day goes. There's some competitive races. I think we'll have a little higher prices.
Yeah, I do too. There's Omai Vron headed to the track early for trainer George Rosales, the leading barn at Emerald Downs, one ahead of Tim McCann now. They're going at it, those two, in race number 2. The Elysian Brewing Purse at a mile. Rocky Sense has the rail with Kevin Krieger, Coco Patino. Coming off a couple of unplaced races, but a chance, you know, to use that one hole to her advantage today.
Yeah, and you look at her races last year, her sprints were terrible and her routes were great. She has a win in 2 seconds routing, and as you mentioned, she draws the one hole today. Connections will probably be pretty aggressive with her, put her on the lead and see how far she goes.
Yeah, that's the key with her. She is a better 2-turn horse. How about Omai Vron?
You know, she prior to her last race, she had routed 3 or 4 times and just never really did anything. In the last race, she routes at Emerald. She wins by 12 lengths. The second place horse was 7 in front of the third place horse. It was a huge effort. This is a little tougher company, but that last race was impressive.
Yeah, she really put it together in her most recent. George Rosales, Adrian Castellanos. Faye Alana had a nice maiden victory here, and her races against winners haven't been too bad.
No, you know, as you mentioned, she was able to break her maiden here, and then she got a little better and even a lot better, even though she was run 4th last race. It was a fast time for the level. If she repeats that at a race, it's going to make her pretty tough.
Kevin Orozco aboard for Victor Trujillo. She's currently co-favored along with Janie. Prime number is the 4 for Shelley Crow with Alex Anaya up. and she's had a couple of starts at the meeting.
Yeah, we know 4 is not a prime number, so we'll have to get a different post for her. But she has some early speed. She has routed in the past, but hasn't done too well. We'll see if she can improve with this rider.
Hot Betty's the 5 for Elodio Madrigal with Alex Cruz aboard going sprint to route. And on the outside, Janie with blinkers on. She had that impressive career debut with a victory here back in May. What about her going 2 turns?
She's had a couple tough trips sprinting. She draws well. Her mom, Mucha Coronas, routed. She should route.
Okay, out of Muchas Coronas and by a sire who could run 2 turns as well. Janie from Timbukana with Silvio Amador, 6 to the track for the second.
Dan Harrington's called a post for the second race today. The second race, a distance of 1 mile. It's the Elysian Brewing Purse, a claiming event purse of $9,000. It brings out fillies and mares 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 6, Janie, will race with blinkers on. Blinkers on number 6, Janie. Number 2, Oh My Vron, has been excused from the post parade. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Second race coming up at Emerald Downs. This is a mile for fillies and mares, and the condition non-winners of 2 races lifetime. A field of 6, and again we have rolling doubles, rolling pick 3s, and those pick 3 takeout numbers, just 12% takeout on the pick 3. Let's head up to Tom. And Tom, you were on number 4 Drivetrain in the first, so let's keep it going.
Well, one of the questions before the race day today that you and I talked about, Joe, is how would the closers handle the track today? We saw the closers do well last night, and at least in the first race, it's carried over. So Drivetrain coming nicely from off the pace to get that one in the final yards, and it was not a hurried pace either. So that says a lot as well. we'll see how it progresses as we move throughout the racing day. But I go to the 6 Janie here. They put the blinkers on, give her a little more focal point coming into this race. She has had some nice efforts. Hills from a top barn, gets a top pilot. May like the added distance as well. She does have that late turn of foot. Janie Silvio Amador in the irons here. I'll put her on top, and she's getting attention in the wagering at 5-2. Interestingly enough, we have 3 of them currently at 5-2 on the board. That's numbers 2, Oh My Vron, number 3, Faye Alana, and of course the 6 Janie. So those are the 3 I like. I have it 6, 3, and 2 here for the second.
6 on top, Janie, going sprint to route for Tim McCanna, and dropping a notch in class in this non-winners of 2. John Lindley.
Yeah, I think a lot of people look at the same 3 horses Tom selected, and I'm going to do the same 3, a little slightly different order. I'm going to try number 3, Faye Alana. As I mentioned, she was well beaten 4th in her last start, but it was a much faster race for the level than normal. We'll see if she can repeat it coming back in 10 days, but I thought it was an impressive effort for her.
Yeah, it was a mile, her first mile at the current meeting after a maiden win and a pretty good sprint against winners. So Faye Alana can build off that. Kevin Orozco stays aboard for Victor Trujillo. John and I on the 3. Tom's on the 6 in race 2.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the second. Second race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse at a mile. Rocky Sense will be the first one to go up. Oh My Vron, one off the rail now in. Here comes Faye Alana. Prime number next one. Hot Betty, one from the outside. Janie, last one to go. Once again, Mark Gibson will send them on their way for a mile. And runners away. Girls journey off the mark for a flat mile. Good start for Rocky Sense at the inside, but it's going to be Hot Betty. Hot Betty who takes over as they make the sweep round the first turn. Hot Betty strides away by a length and a half or two to lead it. Rocky Sense is settled into stride, second by a head. Up along the outside, Janie poised in third. Will drop back about 5 lengths more. Moving on, Fayalana next on the outside with Oh My Braun at the rail second last, and still 3 more to prime number. The girls have 5/8 of a mile to go as they head midway up the backstretch, and Hot Betty continues to lead it with Janie right behind. Rocky Sense holding third, still about 5. Back to Fayalana there in stride with Oh My Braun, prime numbers at the tail as they take it into the far turn. The half a quick 46-26 now, and they're 3/8 of a mile away. And Hot Betty on the lead, but not for long. Here comes Janie on the attack. It's a green light for Janie, and she takes off to the front, just over a quarter mile away. Rocky Sense is back third, and Fayalana is next on the go in fourth, and they round the turn and head for home. Janie kicks off the turn, 3-4 to the good now, just over a furlong away, and Janie leads the charge. Rocky Sense back second. Along the outside of that is Fayalana making up ground late now, a 16th away. Janie holding strong on the lead by 4. Fayalana chasing. Here's the wire. Janie hangs on. Janie the winner. Fayalana was next. Rocky Sense to Oh My Braun, prime number, and Hot Betty at the tail. Time for the mile, a minute 40 and 68/100ths. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for the second race today. Finishing first, it was number 6, Janie. Second was number 3, Fayalana. Third, number 1, Rocky Sense. Fourth came number 2, Oh My Braun. Running time for the mile, a minute 40 and 68/100ths. Second race today, the Elysian Brewing Purse. Results for the second race now official. Into the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, it's Janie. Janie racing for Lester Linz, trained by Tim McKenna. Silvio Amador on board for the winning ride. 4-year-old Bay Filly by Hit It a Bomb from Muchos Coronas. She was sired by Macho Uno. Bred here in Washington by Mr. and Mrs. Frederick L. Pabst. A look at the prices for the second. Janie, the winner, $5.40 to win, $2.74 to place, $2.44 to show. Number 3, Fayalana, $2.64 to place, $2.16 to show. Number 1, Rocky Sense, $3.94 to show. Winning Exacta, $5.02. The early double paid $7.57. 50-cent trifecta, $20.51, and the 10-cent super, $5.90. Race fans, time for the Muckleshoot Casino Owner of the Week award. That honor goes to the connections of Roll Dem Bones, owned by Bill Jensen, producing a runaway victory with the second leg of the $20,000 Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series by scoring at a margin of 5 lengths in a time of 1:04 and 9/100. At 4 5 1/2 furlongs. Tip of the hat to Bill Jensen, our Owner of the Week. The Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week honor goes to Francisco Monreal of the Joe Torre Barn. The Los Margs Cafe Groom of the Week. Congratulations to Francisco Monreal. And ladies and gentlemen, there was a claim in the second race. Number 6, Janie, was claimed. The winner, Janie, was claimed. The new owner, Jane Muller. The new trainer, Alexis Silva Martinez. Number 6, Janie, was claimed from the second race. Looking ahead to the third race today, the Joe Burke Memorial Purse at 5 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the third race. Post time at 2:47, 19 minutes until post time. Don't forget, ladies, you still have time to get your entries in for today's Ladies' Day prize drawings. That'll take place after the fourth race. Be sure to place your entry in the bin located next to customer service on the track level before the running of this third race coming up. We'll have 5 winners for a gift bag worth over $100. And a reminder, today's Ladies' Day is presented by Eli Sports Network and their handicapper, Larry the Sports Cat. Enjoy $11.95 spiked flavored lemonades available at all the bars, plus Kasenko chocolates on sale at the gift shop on track level.
Coming up on race number 3 at Emerald Downs, an 8-race card today. So this race, the start of our jackpot pick 6 wager. 10-cent jackpot pick 6 carryover exceeds $6,300. So add that to whatever's wagered today, and it's growing up. Be a nice score. And again, the jackpot pick 6 wager is just 10 cents. That gives you 1 horse per race. And if you add more horses, like you want to use 3 in this first race or 4, the price doesn't go up all that fast at 10-cent increments. And this is the Joe Burke Memorial Purse at 5.5 furlongs. We remember Joe Burke today. Certainly his family and friends do. Joe was a real familiar face here at Emerald Downs for so many seasons. Quarter Chute Cafe, Los Margs back there, and of course on the apron during race day. Loved talking racing, and we certainly miss Joe Burke as he's remembered today. Third race, our older horses at 5.5. Let's take a look at the field along with John Lindley. And John, I don't know if you're playing the jackpot pick 6. You did well in the 50-cent pick 5 last Sunday with a good score there.
Yeah, I haven't played the jackpot pick 6 yet. I'm waiting for a couple big carryover days and some singles. You know, I want to see somebody hit it once for 10 cents, though. That would be pretty cool. Like
yeah.
The lowest possible. I mean, you can hit a 10-cent super and do well, too, but if you could hit a pick 6 for 10 cents, that would be impressive.
Yeah, a lot of superfecta players have stories on having a 10-cent super with a nice score. There's number 1. There goes My Hero. And it's going to shorten up to a sprint distance after a couple of routes and a little drop in class as well, John.
Yeah, and you can't really excuse his last 2 routes. I mean, he routed well up in Canada. However, the last time he sprinted here, which was May 9th, was against much tougher horses. Blazing Pembe, Classic Cinema, there are a lot tougher sprinters. I'm not sure what happened his last 2 routes, but that sprint would give him a decent chance today of maybe springing a mild upset.
Okay, and his last sprint up at Hastings last September. Last time he went 6.5, he ran a big race there as well. So he's capable in shorter distances. Distance switch here. Pablo Castillo, the apprentice aboard. Little weight break as well for Steve Henson. There's number 2, Gianola. Gianola looking to get going on the winning track. Did win last year. Has been out 8 times this year overall. 3 at Emerald Downs, a couple of 4th place finishes.
Yeah, in that last race he did have a little trouble. He was forced in after veering in at the start and steady and lost a length or so, and then he was a little wide leaving the turn there. You know, it was a better race. It was better than he had done in his previous 2 Emerald races. Now, back at Turf Paradise, he had run some good races to horses that we're familiar with. For example, Winter Falcon, who I know had won an Emerald several times. So maybe he just needed some time to get acclimated to Emerald. He has run here in the past and actually won in the past, so we'll see if that last race moves him forward.
Number 2, trainer Doug Carlson. Lenny Seacher on aboard Gianola. Behind him is Pick-a-Lane Frank. He hasn't raced since, it's last December, about 7 months now.
Yeah, and he wasn't doing too good down at Turf Paradise, and then he ran here last year and ran a 4th routing. Now, he has done okay at Emerald, but it was back in 2024. You know, stablemate of the 2-horse here. Hopefully the stablemate will make the other stablemate run, and they'll both run good.
Yep, also from the Doug Carlson barn is Pick-a-Lane Frank. And apprentice Talia Timontois aboard, the 3. 4, Mr. Fireball. He's coming off about a 12-month layoff. However, he's run some big sprints here in the past 2 or 3 years.
Yeah, last year off a layoff, he was favored partly because the year before he ran a close 3rd, and the year before that, I believe he won off a layoff. Those workouts that he shows going into this race are good. This is the lowest level he's ever faced, and he has good tactical speed. A lot of positives for him.
Yeah, some strong works from the Rosie Simpkins barn as Frank Alvarado gets aboard Mr. Fireball. Mojave is 5, the number 5, and he just unplaced in 3 starts at the meeting, a little less than we've seen from him before.
Yeah, usually he gives better efforts, but he has been facing much tougher horses. We'll see Roll Them Bones and Tejano House later today. This is a little easier company, plus if he breaks cleanly, he'll probably have the lead.
Right, okay, and that's Blake Nunnally up for Jennifer Nunnally, and there's the 6 time ticker. 9 to 5 on the morning line goes to the track at 3 to 1 for Howard Gibson with Alex Cruz on the track for the Joe Burke Memorial.
The horses take the track for the third race today in the Joe Burke Memorial Purse, a distance of 5 1/2 furlongs. It's a claiming event, purse of $8,500 for 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in just over 5 minutes.
Race number 3 at Emerald Downs. Once again, our jackpot pick 6 starts right here. And again, yeah, it's just 10 cents to get in. That gives you 1 horse per race, and you can add more horses. Price of the ticket goes up very slowly. Tom Harris, our track announcer, is off to a 2-for-2 start. Janie dominated that second race, Tom. Nice look there. Let's go on to the third.
Well, Janie and Let's see, jockey Silvio Amador, Tim McKenna, the connections. They did all the heavy lifting, Joe. They got her ready, and Tim had the right game plan, put the blinkers on. She focused on business today, didn't come from too far back. It was not an incredibly fast pace, so beautiful ride by jockey Silvio Amador. Got the job done there for Jamie. All right, turning to the third race, 5.5 furlong sprint here. I go to the 10-year-old Mr. Fireball for trainer Rosie Simpkins. Frank Alvarado knows this one well. The 10-year-old by Peppered Cat had 3 starts last year, did manage a third-place finish, was fanned wide in virtually all 3 of those showings. I think you have to overlook those races. All of them were super fast races, minute 8 and change, minute 9 and change. So I think this is a much better spot here for Mr. Fireball, who checks in with good bullet workouts for the season debut here for trainer Rosie Simpkins. So I put that one on top. Time Ticker, the outside, getting a lot of attention, but a bit of an overlay right now. After opening up at 9-5, has drifted up to 3-1. Mojave, number 5, to round out my top 3. We've seen this one before with the good front-running style, can be very dangerous out there near or on the lead. So I go 4, 6, and 5 here in the third.
4 on top, Mr. Fireball. First start of the year for the Rosie Simpkins runner, who has flashed a lot of outstanding speed in his sprints over his career. Let's go to John Lindley.
Yeah, I really struggled in this race, and it'd be cool to see Mr. Fireball win, being 10 years old off that long layoff. We know he's never faced this level, but when I struggle, I go with the horse I think is going to get loose on the lead, and that's number 5, Mojave. He's chased some pretty tough horses, and we're going to talk about those horses later today when we see Roll Them Bones and Tejano House and such, and this is a little easier company, and when he does get loose on the lead, he's tough to catch. I'm hoping that scenario develops for him. We'll see if that's the case.
Okay, Mojave. And I'm going to go to Mr. Fireball as well, off the 12 months, but morning works are steady and impressive, and he's got a fine history at Emerald Downs. So John's on the 5, Tom and I are on the 4 here in the third.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the third. Third race, the Joe Burke Memorial Purse. There goes my hero, first one to step up. Pick a Lane Frank strolls to the gate. Now Mr. Fireball, open slot for Gianola. Here comes Mojave, one from the outside. Time Ticker, outside post. Gianola, last one. They are in the gate. Trouble in the gate, number 5, Mojave rearing. Back in line. And runners away. Good start for Mojave, who goes right out for the early lead. Chased away by Mr. Fireball. Down at the inside comes, there goes my hero. Pick a lane, Frank, in stride with that one. Time Ticker kicks on from the outside. Gianola's at the tail, 7 away. As they sprint for the far turn, it's Mojave on the lead. Mr. Fireball up on the outside, racing next, and Time Ticker is closing in. A tightly knit third as they head it midway round the turn. Pick a lane, Frank back in fourth. Opening at the rail for There Goes My Hero. They're now a quarter mile away as they run to the top of the stretch. Mojave is there at the inside. Mr. Fireball from between horses and Time Ticker. 3 in a line off the turn as they straighten away for the final furlong. Time Ticker on the outside. Mr. Fireball fights back from the inside. 100 yards to go. Time Ticker's running clear. And Time Ticker pulls away. It'll be Time Ticker to win it by 2.5. Mr. Fireball second, close on the show. There Goes My Hero with Mojave, Pick a Lane, Frank, and Gianola. They stop the clock in 1:04 and 41/100. Unofficial order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 6, Time Ticker. Second was number 4, Mr. Fireball. Third, number 1, There Goes My Hero. And fourth, number 5, Mojave. Results are official. The official winner, number 6, Time Ticker. Running time of the race, 1:04 and 40/100. The third race today is the Joe Burke Memorial Purse. In the Michelob Ultra Winner's Circle, it's Time Ticker. Owned and trained by Howie Gibson. Ridden to victory by jockey Alex Cruz. Time Ticker's a 6-year-old bay gelding by Rollis from Lemonade. She was sired by Teed. Bred in British Columbia, Canada by Shamrock Racing Stables Limited. Here's a look at the prices for the third race today. Winner number 6, Time Ticker, returns $9.08 to win. $3.60 to place, $2.42 on the show ticket. Number 4, Mr. Fireball, $2.52 to place, $2.22 to show. Number 1, There Goes My Hero, $2.76 to show. The Exacta, $11.08. The Rolling Double, $9.54. 50-cent Trifecta, $16.81. 10-cent Super, $5.94. The Pick 3, $20.55. And attention fans, ladies, you might want to get close to the track. We have a special event coming up. Special event for the ladies. Get a good spot down along the rail. You don't want to miss it. There was a claim in the third race. Number 6, Time Ticker, was claimed. The new owners, Eliana Thompson, Jean Heredia, Elucid Flores Sandoval. The new trainer, Jorge Rosales. Number 6, Time Ticker, claimed out of the third. And ladies and gentlemen, today is Ladies' Day, and right now we'd like to bring your attention to the track where we will have a special race the ladies will enjoy. Our staff thought it would be perfect to invite the Chippendales to race on the track today for Ladies' Day. Unfortunately, we couldn't find their phone number. So at this time, we present from our park area the Cigar Guys. Let's hear it for the Cigar Guys. The Cigar Guys are here for our great smokeout cigar event today. They're going to race 70 yards with an unlit cigar in their mouth. If the cigar falls out, they are disqualified. The winner gets a cigar prize pack and bragging rights. And here's our Cigar Guys for today's race. The field lines up from the inside. We're going to have Doug. Darius will break from post 2. Number 3, Tyrell. Number 4 is Brett. Number 5, Brian. Number 6, Darnell. John is number 7. Number 8's David. Number 9, Dino. Number 10, Janie, taking on the boys today. Number 11 is Jack. And on the outside, number 12 is DJ. And that's your field for the Great Cigar Race. All right, we're just about set. 70 yards down the stretch. That's quite a little distance. And they have to keep that unlit cigar in their mouth. If it falls out, hits the ground, they are disqualified. So that's part of the deal here. In the gate. And Cigar Guys away. Good start towards the outside for Dino. Fast run from John. John's flying to the finish. John with a big run. Dino, not far behind came David and Brian. Good showing from Brett, split in the field. Janie made a good run today. How about a nice round of applause for our cigar guys? Tyrell, you're going to get there. We have faith. Tyrell gets home. Time to go trackside. Here's Phil.
Oh my, Tom, that was a first and maybe a last. The cigar guy is running down the track. John, who's out in the park every day, is our winner. And the amazing thing is he couldn't see where he was going because this was over your head.
Yeah, that was really unfortunate.
So how did you keep a cigar in your mouth? Now, ladies and gentlemen, if we had had the rules that the cigar had to be lit, that would have been a really bad thing going on.
It would have. Thanks for not putting that rule in.
You could have been on fire coming over the finish line. So you get a nice prize pack. Tell us about what you do out there every day. How many cigars do you consume?
3 to 4.
And have you practiced for the running today?
No,
Not at all. But you didn't have much of a field to beat.
no comment.
No comment. There you go. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for the one cigar gal and all the cigar guys today at Emerald Downs on Ladies' Day.
Here's another look at the great cigar race here at Emerald Downs. Good race there, right down to the finish. John could see nothing, but he had the cigar, and he was out front, and he got the job done. Good on you, John. Way to go. Plenty of fun here on Ladies' Day. Special thanks to the cigar guys and cigar ladies taking part in today's event. Looking ahead to the fourth race today, a distance of 6 furlongs. The fourth race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. In that race, number 6, Exactamundo, will carry 1 pound over. Post time for the fourth race at 3:22, 19 minutes until post time. Ladies and gentlemen, looking ahead to the fifth race today. In the fifth race, there is a late rider change. Number 3, Hadley's Honor. Make the jockey Adrian Castellanos at the corrected weight of 122 pounds. Adrian Castellanos at 122, the corrected weight. For number 3, Hadley's Honor. At change in the fifth race today. Race fans, First Bet is giving you up to a $250 sign-up bonus when you open an account with the promo code EMD200. That's EMD200. And bet $1,000 in your first 60 days. That's a 20% rebate on your first $1,000 in wagers. Download the First Bet app. That's 1/STBet today to get started. And remember to use the promo code EMD200 to claim your exclusive bonus. Download the app now. Play today. First Bet. Race fans, tomorrow is T-Rex Day at Emerald Downs. You can be part of the action. All you need to do is wear a T-Rex costume. There are races for kids, teens, adults, and seniors. That's the Dino division there. And the races are presented by Wayscarf Ford of Auburn, and the race will air on ESPN2 later in the summer. If you need a costume, you can buy one today at the gift shop located on the track level, then register in the park area tomorrow starting at 12:30. The T-Rexes are back tomorrow.
Race 4 coming up at Emerald Downs. And the cigar guys and gal back at their haunts up there as they are hosting the first great cigar smokeout at Emerald Downs today. And yeah, thanks for adding to the Saturday. Wow, John ran away from Dino there in that final 20 yards.
In mid-stretch, it looked like it was going to be a photo finish, but as you mentioned, it wasn't. But still, it was a fun race to watch, and good for them to come down and participating, too.
Take a few breaths before you get that next cigar going. Just some, I don't know if that's accurate advice or not.
I like how the guy you interviewed said, well, I haven't really started smoking yet. I've only done one. I was like, oh, well, that's interesting.
All right. Well, we've got a number of horses to talk about here. 10 runners, 3-year-olds and up maidens. Haka, 5-year-old from the barn of Howard Belvoir. There's no doubt he can pass horses, and he comes out of that impressive win by 3-putt 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, you look at that race, and he kind of broke a little slow from the one hole and lagged far out of it, but he did finish well for third. It was an improvement off his seasonal debut 2 weeks earlier. Now this is his third start off a layoff. He doesn't appear to have a lot of early speed, although last year he showed a little more early speed. So hopefully he can get out of the gate cleanly and continue to improve and get the Belvoir Bond possibly their first win of the meet.
Yeah, looking for a hot pace is Haka. He definitely can pass horses. Frank Alvarado knows him well. He is the son of Attaboy Roy out of that good producing mare Star Protocol. Number 2, Midnight Tiger, a second-time starter by Smiling Tiger, and didn't have that perfect trip first time out.
You know, this is 2 from the Blaine Wright barn. As you mentioned, a Smiling Tiger was bet 8-1, which is okay in that first race. Broke a step slowly, was wide into the turn, pretty wide leaving the turn. Now Crossbone and Lead the Charge have turned out to be some pretty nice 3-year-olds he ran against. This is easier company. Now he has been off, 6 weeks or so, but if he comes anywhere near that race, a lot of horses are going to have to improve to beat him.
There he is, yeah, son of Smiling Tiger, 4th of 7, so he's dropping to a claiming price from maiden special weight. Broke a little slowly in his debut, faced top competition, 3-1 morning line favorite, a little bit lower than that, and the dynamic morning line says he'll go off about 8-5. Star Travel has some good speed, and he's dropping out of a couple of tough maiden special weights.
Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to him last time. He chased the pace and just didn't show much in the stretch. Now, the race before, he was only a length behind Midnight Tiger and battled every step of the way through some pretty hot fractions. That was a pretty impressive race. He did come back with a really nice workout, which I think signals maybe he had an excuse for his last time. And you look at that first race off that layoff, that was a big effort. He could have just bounced a little bit, too. A lot of excuses for him, but that tactical speed makes him very dangerous.
Alex Cruz having a good week so far. He's aboard Star Travel for Vince Gibson. Number 4, Cozumel. He's the only first-time starter in the field. He's out of a winning dam by Vronsky, and she's produced 1 winner from 3 starters. The other 2 didn't race much, so Blaine Wright has a firster in here, John.
Yeah, like we mentioned, he has 2 in here, and I'm not real familiar with the sire at all, but this horse's workouts are really good. He worked 23-4 bullet work way back in May, so he has some talent there, and his last 3 works are pretty impressive too. I expect him to come out running.
Okay. And the family going back second dam, pretty strong there for Cozumel. There's the 4th, the lone first-time starter. Autofocus is by Dialed In. He's a Kentucky bred from trainer David Martinez, and he did have second out improvement. Ran a good 2nd of 10 last time out.
Yeah, it was the same race that Haka was in, or same race, and he was 3 lengths in front of him and ran a nice even race, as you talked about, improved, has a right to continue to improve here.
Got through on the inside, came all the way up under Adrian Castellanos. He's back up for David Martinez. Exactamundo, now he lost some lengths at the start in race number 2 after running second to Chase.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he hopped the start, lost a couple lengths on a wet surface, and after that just kind of lost interest. But his race before was a pretty solid race. He was up on the pace, forcing the pace while 3 wide, and Chase dominated that race, as you talked about. And he's come back with a couple nice workouts. Should run a lot better today, obviously, with the clean start. He's by Rise Up. We know those horses have pretty good early speed.
Indeed. Exactamundo, slow start last time out, and then 3-putt was second in that race, and 3-putt, of course, came back to win by 5. There's the 7, Tiz Dynamic, and he has 4 placings and 7 career starts.
Yeah, and his first start as a 4-year-old, he ran a pretty good race there. He's battled around the racetrack and ran 3rd. Now, last race, he didn't show too much. However, he was wide on a day. That was the day of our stakes where the inside appeared to be. This is his 3rd start off a layoff. He gets a outside draw here, probably get a nice stalking tip. I don't think he's fast enough to go with the inside horses on the lead, but he can sit right off of them.
Cayman McGregor for Doug McPhee. There's the 7, and that is that is the 8 we're looking at. Charlie Neal with Talia Taimantois for Dan Markle. First start in several months, November of 24, well over a year.
Yeah, he shows a really nice 6 furlong work in 1:11 and 2, so you know he's fit.
Okay, he goes to the track for Dan Markle, and he's ripping and snorting, ready to run. Harbor Buddy is a second-time starter from Tim McKenna.
And he raced wide on the day where the rail was the place to be. I think he comes off a better than looks effort. He's going to have to improve, but he has every right to improve.
Yeah. Silvio Amador. And Owned by Dark on the outside for Debbie Peary. Third career start, third at this meeting. Lost a little ground at the start in his most recent as we're on the track for the fourth.
And the horses are on the track for the fourth race today. The fourth race, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. It's a distance of 6 furlongs, maiden claiming event. The purse is $16,000. It's for maiden 3-year-olds and upward. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Fourth race coming up at Emerald Downs starts our 50-cent pick 5 wager. Pick 5 wagering. Last 5 races 4 through 8 today, and a lot of possibilities in this one. 10 runners, 3-year-olds and up, looking for a first career victory. One first-time starter, that's number 4, Cozumel from the Blaine Wright barn. Let's head up to Tom.
You said it, Joe. A lot of possibilities in this race, and I'm going with one that's not a first-time starter, but a first-time starter in quite a while. At age 4, it's been since age 2 that number 8, Charlie Neal, started. He had 3 starts as a 2-year-old in California at Pleasanton and Fresno. Raced greenly in pretty much all 3 of those efforts, got in a little bit of trouble, but has been off for nearly 2 years now. They've been bringing this one along, and now back to race readiness is Charlie Neal. So looking for a long shot here. Talia Timontuan to do the guiding for trainer Dan Markle. I've got the long shot, Charlie Neal, on top in my selections here currently at 13-1. Autofocus had a good run last time out, and checks in here coming into this race, middle of the gate. Let's see, 7-1 with a quick look at the odds. Haka grabs that inside post, another big price at 17-1. And Haka showed a good solid late kick last time out. Could be a surprise in the late stages. I know we're all over the board in this one, Joe. Who do you have?
Okay, I'm going to go with Exactamundo, number 6, who lost some ground at the start in his most recent and finished kind of mid-pack type, well, a little worse than that, but had the one post after, I thought, a good debut. He ran second to Chase, who came back to win the Auburn Stakes. So I'm thinking Exactamundo can fit in here with a good start, and I like the price, of course, 15-1 morning line. So I'm going with a price like you. Let's see what John Lindley has.
Yeah, you guys are both going with some upset possibilities, and both of them are live here. But when I looked at that Midnight Tiger and Star Travel coming out of the Crossbone Lead the Charge race, I think those horses were just a little bit tougher horses. So I'm going to go with number 2, Midnight Tiger, hoping he gets out of the gate cleanly and gets a nice stalking trip along the inside.
Okay, I see you have Exactamundo second there.
Yeah, same reasons as you. As you mentioned, he didn't break well at all in his race before. It was a pretty solid second to a nice horse.
John's on the 2, Tom's on the 8, I'm on the 6 here in the 4th.
And the horses have arrived at the starting gate. Post time for the 4th. 4th race at 6 furlongs, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Here's an overhead view from the Emerald Downs drone, piloted by Captain Louis DeFazio. As always here at Emerald, gives us these terrific views from high above. As the field is getting set to load for this one. In the warm-up, number 10, Owned by Dark, did unseat jockey Blake Nunley just for a moment or two. Was a little fractious in the warm-up, but straightened away. Blake Nunley cowboyed up, climbed back aboard, and Owned by Dark didn't go anywhere. They were able to grab a hold of that one pretty quick, so still in the lineup and no problems here. Exactamundo steps up to the line and Haka to the inside spot. Here comes Tiz Dynamic. Midnight Tiger one off the rail. Charlie Neal to join them. Charlie looks it over, goes in. Now comes Star Travel. Cozumel towards the middle of the gate. Autofocus, center of the gate. Harbor Buddy, one from the outside, straight in. Little hesitation there from Autofocus. Outside post will be Owned by Dark. And they're applying the breakaway blanket to number 5 Autofocus here. That blanket comes right off as soon as the gate doors open. Owned by Dark goes on up to the mark. The breakaway blanket offers a little extra security, a security blanket you might say here for Autofocus number 5. Adrian Castellanos will climb on board in the starting gate for Autofocus and will be set to go. Field is set. Still a couple steps back there, Autofocus. Now up to the line. Now ready for a start. And runners away. Good start towards the outside for Tiz Dynamic, but it's Star Travel who goes after the early lead. Midnight Tigers on the go at the rail as they sprint up the backstretch, and Charlie Neal up on the outside, 3 off the inner rail. Then comes Harbor Buddy mid-pack. A length more to Owned by Dark racing next. Exactamundo racing third last. Then comes Cozumel, another length Autofocus. As they take it into the far turn, the trailer is Haka. And they headed midway around the turn. A battle ensues for the lead. Star Travel, Charlie Neal is right there. Midnight Tiger kicks on at the rail with a quarter mile to go. They run to the top of the stretch. Charlie Neal the outside, Midnight Tiger at the inside. They're off the turn together. And they head for the final furlong. On the inside, Midnight Tiger. On the outside, Charlie Neal is pressing with every stride. And it's down to these two in 100 yards. Along the outside, pressing hard is Charlie Neal. Nose and nose. Charlie Neal nails it at the line. Midnight Tiger to Tiz Dynamic. Haka from far back. Cozumel followed. Harbor Buddy. Autofocus mid-pack. Exactamundo settling back of that one. Then Star Travel and Owned by Dark. Time of the race, 1:10 and 63 100ths. Order of finish on the board. Finishing first, it was number 8, Charlie Neal. Second was number 2, Midnight Tiger. Finishing third, number 7, Tis Dynamic. Fourth came number 1, Haka. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 63/100. Fourth race today, the Muckleshoot Casino Resort Purse. Results are official. The official winner, the long shot winner, Charlie Neal. Into the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Charlie Neal. Charlie Neal is owned by Sue and Tim Spooner, trained by Dan Markle, ridden to victory by Talia Timantois. A 4-year-old chestnut gelding by Grazen from Amira J. She was sired by Sky Mesa. Bred in California by Nick Alexander. Here's a look at the prices for the fourth race. Long shot winner number 8, Charlie Neal, $70.14 to win. $16.96 to place, $9.26 on the show ticket. Number 2, Midnight Tiger, $4.16 to place, $3.38 to show. Number 7, Tis Dynamic, $8.24 to show. Winning exacta, $152.54. The rolling double, $97.56. 50-cent trifecta, $881.37. The 10-cent super, $2,351.43. Winning pick 3, $264.20. The early pick 4 worth $617.47. There were 2 claims in the fourth race. Number 2, Midnight Tiger, was claimed. The new owner, Gary Williamson. The new trainer, Steve Henson. Number 2, Midnight Tiger, claimed out of the fourth. Number 5, Autofocus, was claimed by Rage 2939, 28 Racing LLC, and the Big Yahoo team. The new trainer is Joe Toy. Number 5, Autofocus, claimed out of the fourth. It's time to go trackside to the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle. Here's Phil.
Thank you, Tom. Here on Ladies' Day, we have some prize drawings for you, ladies. If you hear your name, you can claim your prize at customer service on track level. We have 5 winners. Each winner gets a tote bag, which is a very nice tote bag. And inside the tote bag is a spa gift set and a $50 gift card. Total value over $100 per prize. Our first winner, Bethany Maxwell from Puyallup. Bethany Maxwell from Puyallup. Here's some cheering up there from Bethany, hopefully. All right. Winner number 2 is Christina Bryant from Milton. Christina Bryant from Milton, winner number 2. Customer service track levels, where you go to get your prize package. Winner number 3 on Ladies' Day is Connie Abbs from Spokane. Connie Abbs from Spokane, winner number 3. Winner number 4, Krista Bueller, looks like, or Butler from Auburn. Krista from Auburn is winner number 4. Don't forget, folks, we have great drink specials today for Ladies' Day, and buy two, get one free chocolates at the gift shop on Gasenko Chocolates. Our 5th winner, Mickey Schroeder. Mickey Schroeder from Tacoma. Mickey, you are the 5th and final winner on Ladies' Day. Again, if you heard your name, you can claim your prize at customer service on track level.
Coming up, the 5th race today, the No Mess, No Stress Bath Fitter Purse at 6 furlongs. Number 1, Great Runner, has been scratched out of it. Scratch number 1, Great Runner. Number 2, Winds of Freedom, will race without blinkers. No blinkers for number 2. Number 3, Hadley's Honor, a change of rider. Make the jockey Adrian Castellanos at the corrected weight of 122 pounds. Adrian Castellanos, 122, the corrected weight for number 3, Hadley's Honor. Post time for the 5th race coming up at 3:51, 13 minutes until post time. Fans, be sure to join us Sunday, July 19th, our next Super Stakes Sunday, featuring 6 races worth $50,000 each. Watch and wager on all the fastest horses at the track on one super day. That's Sunday, July 19th. And a reminder of our Ladies' Day specials going on. Ladies' Day presented by Eli Sports Network and their handicapper, Larry the Sports Cat. Enjoy $11.95 spiked flavored lemonades available at all the bars today. Plus, Gasenko chocolates are on sale at our gift shop that's located on the track level.
Coming up on race 5 at Emerald Downs, the start of our late pick 4, races 5 through 8. And if you're alive in the pick 5 with Charlie Neal, then you don't have a lot of company, I wouldn't think. Tom Harris, John Lindley had that horse right on top at 34-1.
Yeah, and give credit, A, Tom for picking it, and B, for the connections. The horse was off a long time, but showed that really good workout. 1:11 and 2 from the gate, broke running today, and was able to outfinish Midnight Tiger. And the top two were well clear of the rest of the field. But yeah, we don't see too many 34-1s winning, and we'll see how the pick 5 goes. But you're right, if you are still alive, you got a nice start.
Haven't seen a 34-1 this year as of yet. Talia Taimantois up for Dan Markle. And some of our all-time leading owners, Sue and Tim Spooner. Congratulations. Charlie Neal off the layoff for a huge victory. A great effort off that long layoff. Let's take a look at the runners for the 5th to start this pick 4. Great runners out. Number 1 is out. Winds of Freedom. Winds of Freedom blinkers off today for Blaine Wright and dropping from 10,000 down to 5, John.
Yeah, you look at that horse's last race when he was favored at 6-5 or so, and it was on a wet surface, and I don't think he handled it all because he broke okay, but he just didn't offer much fight in the stretch. Now, the race before that, he was well beaten, but he ran against Chuckanut Bay and Capit Daddy, who we're going to see pretty quick here, and that was a super fast time. So he has a couple of excuses. This is the easiest company he's been in a while, and just based on the dynamic morning line and the will pays, he's going to be a pretty well bet favorite, I would think.
There he is, Winds of Freedom by Stanford, Calbred 4-year-old, blinkers off after racing with blinkers for a lot of consecutive starts. Number 3 is Hadley's Honor. He's coming off a win. He went route to sprint 2 weeks ago, and that worked out nicely. Takes a little step up.
Yeah, in that race, he was on the inside dueling for the lead, was passed, angled out, and then was able to draw off to a nice win. It was a gutty effort. Now, this is much tougher company. I give him credit for what he did last time. He's going to have to improve a bunch, though, to threaten today.
And note the rider change. Adrian Castellanos aboard the 3. Castellanos on number 3, Hadley's Honor. Number 4, Deputy's Dancer. A real consistent form. He's come up to Emerald Downs off a layoff for Patty Laney and has run well. He's stepping up also.
Yeah, every race that he's run at Emerald, he's gotten a little better. He ran 4th and 2nd and then win. And as you mentioned, though, he is stepping up. This is a much, much tougher field than his last race. He did go wire to wire to there. We'll see if he can push the pace early, but I don't know if he's quick enough to get the lead. He might have to close today, and he hasn't really done that up to this point in his career.
Alex Cruz back up. There's the 5, Rolled Them Bones. He just won the Hollywood Harbor Sprint Series, won both events in that series, and he's back in the barn of Howard Gibson.
Yeah, he was awful impressive in the last race. Now, it is his 4th start in 5 weeks here. We'll see if he can keep on going, but he's super sharp right now.
Blake Nunnally he's aboard today for Howie Gibson. YVR makes his 3rd start at the current meeting, dropping in class and going route to sprint for Robbie Gilker. And then Tano House on the outside.
He's super sharp, too. That outside post gives his rider advantage. A lot of speed in this race. A lot of horses like to be on the lead. He's one of them, but he did draw outside.
2 for 2 at the meeting is Tano House on the track for the 5th.
Dan Harrington's call to post for the 5th race today. Today's 5th race, the No Mess, No Stress Bathfitter Purse. A distance of 6 furlongs, claiming event purse of $12,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 1, Great Runner, has been scratched. Also a reminder that number 2, Winds of Freedom, will race without blinkers. No blinkers for number 2. Number 3, Hadley's Honor, a change of rider. The jockey now, Adrian Castellanos. Post time coming up in 5 minutes.
Race number 5 at Emerald Downs. Once again, the start of the late pick 4, races 5 through 8. And this is a sprint for older horses at 6 furlongs. Let's head up to Tom, fresh off a 34-1 winning selection. And Tom, I remember Charlie Neal as a second baseman for the LA Dodgers, some of my first memories of sports. But you remember him for a great handicapping accomplishment right there.
I tell you what, Charlie Neal hit a home run today, Joe. $70. That's my personal best here at Emerald Downs. That's a lot of fun. Those kind are really fun. So great job by Talia Timantaw as well.
Yes.
Very nice ride down the stretch, and it was just a good race right down to the finish. So, yep, that makes me happy. As we turn the page to the 5th race, the 2 Winds of Freedom is the one I'm going to go with. They're going to take the blinkers off of this one. Winds of Freedom, who makes a drop in class here from claiming 10 to 5,000. I think this is the lowest price tag this one has seen. The 4-year-old by Stanford checking in here. Taking the blinkers off would lead me to believe maybe going to go right to the front here. Who knows? So Winds of Freedom, my top pick here. Roll Them Bones is a speedster and a half, that's for sure. Probably the main rival in this race. 2-1 currently on the board. Blake Nunley up. Tano House on the outside, number 7, is a threatful sort as well. Been razor sharp, going after 3 straight here after winning the last 2 impressively. So a good race, 2, 5, and 7 for me here in the 5th.
Okay, Winds of Freedom on top for Tom. John Lindley.
I agree with Tom on the 3 horses, a little different order. I'm just going to go with number 7, Tano House, mostly because tactically he drew outside. As we talked earlier, a lot of these horses like to be on the lead. Now, sometimes the best speed will win that race, but the rider does have some options drawn outside. He's won 2 straight. We'll see if he can make it 3.
You've picked Tano House a lot the last 3 years.
And he does win a lot. He also breaks slow in a few races, but when he breaks sharply, he's always in it.
He's 7 for 16 at Emerald Downs. He was threatening for Claimer of the Meeting honors a couple years ago, and he's 2 for 2 this year. I'm on him as well. Nice post, just loves this track. Sharp this year. John and I on the 7. Tom's on the 2 in the 5th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It's post time for the 5th. The 5th race, the No Mess, No Stress Bath Fitter Purse at 6 furlongs. Winds of Freedom, first one to go up. Now Hadley's Honor. Deputy's Dancer. YVR. open slot for Roll Dem Bones. Tino House outside post. The speedy Roll Dem Bones, last one to go. They're in the gate. And runners away. YVR broke smartly from the outside. Here goes Deputy's Dancer. On the go is Winds of Freedom, straight to the front now. It's Winds of Freedom to take over up front. Length and a half clear of Deputy's Dancer. Roll Dem Bones in the chase as well. Up on the outside comes Tino House next. Span of 3 to Hadley's Honor as they continue to sprint for the far turn. Just over 3/8 of a mile away, Winds of Freedom brings them along. Roll Dem Bones there to shadow the leader now. Those two stride for stride. Tino House up to the outside into third. YVR shuffling back now to fourth. Then Deputy's Dancer and Headley's Honor. They run to the top of the stretch now. On the inside, Winds of Freedom just in front. Roll Dem Bones on the outside to challenge. They have a furlong to go. Roll Dem Bones gets to the front now. It's Roll Dem Bones and Blake Nunley opening up clear. A length and a half and going away from the field. Roll Dem Bones. Home in front. Hadley's Honor rushing up to get second. Tino House from Winds of Freedom, YVR, and Deputy's Dancer. Running time was 1:10 and 10/100. Your attention, trainers Alexis Silva Martinez, Jamie Perriman Cruz, and Joe Toy. Contact the claims clerk, please. Unofficial order of finish appears on the totalizator board for today's fifth race. First, it was number 5, Roll Dem Bones. Second came number 3, Hadley's Honor. Finishing third, number 7, Tino House. And fourth, number 2, Winds of Freedom. Results are official. Running time of the race, 1:10 and 10/100. The fifth race today, the no mess, no stress Bath Fitter Purse. We welcome our good friends from Bath Fitter joining us in the winner's circle. In the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, Roll Dem Bones. Owned by Mike Radovich, trained by Howie Gibson, Blake Nunley on board for the winning ride. Roll Dem Bones, a 7-year-old bay gelding by Freedom Child from Jamel Springs. She was sired by More Than Ready. Roll Dem Bones, bred in West Virginia by Ray Pennington III. Here's a look at the prices for the fifth race. Winner number 5, Rolled M Bones, $7.12 to win. 410 to place, $2.72 on the show ticket. Number 3, Hadley's Honor, $16.72 to place, $4.36 to show. Number 7, Tino House, $3.66 on the show ticket. Winning exacta $39.64. The rolling double worth $74.21. 50-cent trifecta $74.37. 10-cent super $23.14. Winning pick 3 $311.42. And race fans, it's time for the Valpak Jockey of the Week award. This week's honor goes to jockey Kevin Orozco, who rode 2 winners, boosting his season total to 9 and his all-time Emerald Downs total to 309. Tip of the hat to Kevin Orozco, our Jockey of the Week. And the Las Margaritas Trainer of the Week goes to Blaine Wright, who saddled 3 winners, including Elder Mack, for a gate-to-wire victory in the Friday night feature. Tip of the hat to Blaine Wright, our Trainer of the Week. And ladies and gentlemen, there were 2 claims in the 5th race today. Number 2, Winds of Freedom, was claimed. The new owner and trainer, Jamie Perryman Cruz. Number 2, Winds of Freedom, claimed from the 5th race. Also claimed was number 5, Rolled M Bones. The new owners, Eliana Thompson, Gene Heredia, Elucid Flores Sandoval. The new trainer, Jorge Rosales. Number 5, Rolled M Bones, claimed from the 5th race. Coming up in the 6th race today, the Olympic Eagle Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. No changes in the 6th race. Post time on the board at 4:20. 17 minutes until post time. Fans, mark your calendars for July 18th and 19th. Family fun weekend with bounce houses, pony rides, face painting, and sidewalk chalk for the kids in the park area. All the activities are free, and kids 12 and under receive free admission every racing day here at Emerald Downs. Post time is 1:50 on both days.
Coming up on race number 6 at Emerald Downs, and we got a rivalry being renewed here. Number 5, Chuckanut Bay, on another winning streak. And Capit Daddy, he's been able to beat a couple of times at the meeting, but Capit Daddy hasn't lost much in defeat, John.
You know, on last race, Capit Daddy was in the position of not having the lead and still ran really well from just off the pace, whereas today he draws a 1 hole at 6.5, which kind of commits him to the lead. But you're right, those two have been right at each other all through the stretch the last 2 races, and super fast time too.
Indeed. Okay, well, yeah, Peso coming off a win, Mr. Executive coming off a couple wins, so not just those two, but a good field here to kick off our late pick 3. And make sure you check your tickets today. If you bet some of these multi-race exotics, we might not have 3 out of 3 in a pick 3. Certainly the pick 5 today. Keep track of your tickets there when we started that off with a 34-1 winner. Number 1 in the 6th is Capit Daddy. 2 starts at the meeting, 2 seconds, both to Chuckanut Bay. And a little bit of a wide trip last time out, but, you know, looking at that race, Chuckanut Bay was pretty awesome, John, from off the pace, coming through horses.
Yeah, and Chuckanut Bay got a relatively good trip off the speed duel. As I mentioned, Captain Daddy was involved in the speed duel earlier. He dropped back, stalked the pace, moved up wild, while Chuckanut sat on the inside and had to wait for room a little bit. But Capit Daddy ran huge, and he ran huge the race before that, being off as much as he did, and he never quit when Chuckanut Bay came up to him. And today, as I mentioned, he does draw the 1 hole at 6.5, but he is fast early, and my guess is the Connections will not have any trip trouble today. If they break good, they'll go to the lead, and we'll see if he can outfinish the rest of the field and, of course, Chuckanut in the stretch.
Capit Daddy has come from the 1 hole twice and won each one of those. His career debut here in April of 2025, and then his final start at last year's meeting. Very fast victory. He's had the 1 hole twice. It's worked out just fine for Capit Daddy. Silvio Amador back for Elodio Madrigal. My Vino has a couple of wins at the meeting, and actually he's 2 for 2 at the meeting in sprints.
You know, you look at his last race, and he broke a half step slowly and was just wide throughout in that race. But as you talked about, he made some big stretch runs in his 2 sprint wins and then ran pretty good to Woodsilly. And like I said, last race, that was on June 21st, and again, we're going to mention that all the way through our stakes races. You wanted to be inside that day. I felt he was wide, so I think you can throw that race out too. He has some excuses, and, you know, he's in great form prior to that race.
My Vino now in the barn of Jose Navarro after a recent claim. Blake Nunnally rides, and yeah, just has taken to Emerald Downs. He was 3rd in 1 route and a wide trip last time out, going a mile. Peso, 2 starts at the meeting for trainer Debbie Peary, and nice victory last time out at the 10,000 claiming level. And he's got a few wins in his career. 6 for 21 is a nice percentage, and it's even better here at Emerald Downs.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he got a pretty good trip last time and parlayed that into a win. In the race before that, he was in the 1 hole, and it's just kind of a tough position to be in off of a little bit of a layoff on a wet track. But also, as you mentioned, he's always seems to be in it. He's got, you know, a good record overall. He has 6 wins, 2 seconds, and 2/3 on fast tracks, and he's got good tactical speeds.
Yeah. Won at Assiniboia in 2025, won at Turf Paradise earlier this year, wins at Emerald Downs, 3 for 8 here. There's the 4. Fantastic day, and he has just been a lot of fun to watch over the years. He's making his 2nd start off a layoff from last fall.
Yeah, and in that race, he broke slowly, which isn't going to affect him too much because he's a deep closer, but it just acted like a race he looked to need. He just had been off a little bit there. We know this horse has a potent stretch run when he does run, and of course he holds the record for the biggest win at Emerald at 22 1/4 length victory.
Yeah, he has made some just awesome last half mile runs, often on the inside getting through, but he's 6 for 12 at this distance of 6.5 furlongs. 2nd off a layoff for George Rosales. Adrian Castellanos. Chuckanut Bay, boy, had that 3-race winning streak here last year, has won both his starts at this meeting. Just really awesome last time out.
Yeah, as you mentioned, last year he ran some huge races, and then he was in the governor's handicap where he didn't get Lasix, and then he routed, and you kind of excuse those two. Then he went to Turf Paradise in New Mexico and dominated horses there. He got a little bit of a break after that and came in as dominated horses here, clearly the horse to beat.
Chuckanut Bay, Howard Gibson looking for another win today, and Alyssa Morales back aboard. And the outside horse, Mr. Executive, didn't have a good winning percentage until recently, and now he's won 2 straight. He is in the barn of George Rosales after a recent claim. And on a high is Talia Taimantois. We go to the track for the 6th.
Horses are on the track for the 6th race, the Olympic Eagle Purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. It's a starter allowance event, purse of $14,000. It's for 3-year-olds and upward. They'll be off and running in just over 5 minutes.
Race number 6 at Emerald Downs, the Olympic Eagle Purse. And Chuckanut Bay, the top name after, a great career. He was a runner-up in the Gottstein 4 years ago at age 2, and he has just piled up the wins. I believe it's 6 of his last 7 sprints at Emerald Downs he has won. And he's got a nice little rivalry with Capit Daddy. He's 2-0 in the rivalry, but they've been close. And other on-form horses in here to kick off our late pick 3. Let's head up to Tom for his selection.
That's right, Joe. Hard to get past Chuckanut Bay, number 5 in this race. Just razor sharp in those last 2 wins here. And, you go back to some of the races that he didn't fare as well down at Turf Paradise. Also the Downs at Albuquerque picked off 2 wins prior to that, going further back. But he's certainly a horse for the course, this course. And at 6.5 furlongs, he is ultra tough. And I just think that he's going to go 3-0 on the season here with another score here. Alyssa Morales does the guiding for Chuckanut Bay. His record here at Emerald Downs, Joe, 7 wins out of 16 starts, 4 seconds and a third to the credit. He's been an absolute gem of consistency. Possible upset here with Peso number 3. I'll put that one second. This one certainly with the role of spoiler. Had a good score for 10,000 claiming, but does climb the ladder a bit here. Capit Daddy's got all the speed in the world, but he'll have to find a way to hold on. 5, 3, and 1. My selections here in the 6th.
Okay, on to Chuckanut Bay, who is currently odds on. And I didn't see the dynamic morning line on him, but I'm sure he is will end up as the favorite. How do you see it, John Lindley?
I'm going to agree with Tom and the public. Capit Daddy is run 2 great races, but in each case, Chuckanut Bay was just a little bit better, and he tactically draws outside, which gives him that advantage to just kind of use him as a target. We'll see if it continues to be the case. And you know, these 2 horses look to have a big edge over the field, but you know, the other horses got some talent too, especially a horse like Mr. Executive, who, you know, took a while to get going, but now he's finally figured out how to win.
We're looking at Chuckanut Bay, Washington-bred son of a Brage, out of stakes winner Zenovit. Yeah, he just showed a really outstanding dimension from off the pace, settled for Alyssa Morales on that hot pace, and bulldogged his way through. Not the first time he settled off the pace. So Chuckanut Bay, the horse to beat, and we're all going to say he's going to win a 3rd straight here in race 6.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. It is post time for the 6th. The Olympic Eagle purse at 6 1/2 furlongs. They'll break out of the backstretch chute, then head on to the main oval here at Emerald Downs. 6 1/2 furlongs, My Vino. First one to go up, Peso, will move in right alongside. Here comes Fantastic Day. Chuckanut Bay steps up, the odds-on choice at 3 to 5. Cap It Daddy inside post and Mr. Executive on the outside. All in. And runners away. Chuckanut Bay broke smartly, goes right to the front. Here's Cap It Daddy, though, to match strides in the early going out of the chute onto the main oval they go. Peso racing 3rd by a 1.5 lengths to Mr. Executive. 2 to My Vino, Fantastic Day. Linger at the Tell, they head midway up the backstretch. Now just over a half mile away, and Cap It Daddy leads it by a half length. 22.86 opening fraction, and Chuckanut Bay is right there to run with him on the outside. These two have paired off a half dozen from Peso racing 3rd. Then My Vino called on at the rail. Fantastic Bay follows next, and Mr. Executive stirring from back of the pack. They're just over a 1/4 mile away now as they run to the top of the stretch. Cap It Daddy, Chuckanut Bay. They come off the turn together. They're dead in the eye, top of the lane. They round the turn and head for home now, a furlong away. Cap It Daddy at the inside digs in. Chuckanut Bay is on the attack from the outside. It's a match race to the finish. Chuckanut Bay, Cap It Daddy. Cap It Daddy comes back. Cap It Daddy won it by a hard-fought half. Chuckanut Bay, the runner-up to My Vino. Peso followed. Fantastic Day and Mr. Executive. They stopped the clock in a sizzling minute 14 and 56 100ths. Once again, the running time was a fast minute 14 and 56 100 seconds. The sixth race today, the Olympic Eagle Purse. And we do have the unofficial order of finish. Finishing first, number 1, Cap It Daddy. Second was number 5, Chuckanut Bay. Third, number 2, My Vino. Fourth, number 3, Peso. We'll have that posted on the board forthcoming. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Cap It Daddy. Flying the colors of the Cold Boy Stables, trained by Elodio Madrigal. That's a riding double for jockey Silvio Amador. Cap It Daddy's a 4-year-old gray-roan gelding by Dad's Caps. From Assyria, she was sired by Empire Maker. Bred in California by Richard Barton Enterprises. And once again, ladies and gentlemen, we are experiencing some technical issues with the totalizator system at this time. Please bear with us. We'll have this sorted out shortly, I'm sure. Once again, that unofficial order of finish. First was number 1, Cap It Daddy. Second, number 5, Chuckanut Bay. Third again, number 2, My Vino. Fourth was number 3, Peso. While we wait for the issue to be resolved, we'll quickly take a look at the 7th race, the neutral purse. It's a distance of 1 mile. Reminder that in that race, number 7, Sunglasses, has a change of rider. Maker jockey Jairo Moreno. Jairo Moreno to ride. Number 7, Sunglasses, in the 7th race. Prices now appearing on the board. We have the win, place, and show prices up there. And here's the full pricing and the order of finish. Let's take a look. Capit Daddy, $4.24 to win, $2.14 to place, $2.10 to show. Chuckanut Bay, the runner-up, $2.10 and $2.10. Third, number 2, My Vino, $3.54 to show. The exacta, $2.34. Rolling double, $10.68. 50-cent trifecta, $4.93. The 10-cent super, $1.84. And the pick 3, $319.63. The pick 4 worth $1,668.07. Once again, 6th race official. There's the prices. Let's take a look at the post time now for the 7th race. It is set at 4:48, 17 minutes away from post time for the 7th race, the neutral purse. Fans, don't forget to join us tomorrow. It's T-Rex Day at Emerald Downs. You can be part of the action as well. All you need to do is wear a T-Rex costume. There are races for kids, teens, adults, and seniors. That's the Dino division. The races are presented by Wayscarf Ford of Auburn, and they'll air on ESPN2 later in the summer. If you need a costume, you can buy one today at our gift shop on the track level. Then register in the park area tomorrow starting at 12:30. Make plans to join us tomorrow, T-Rex Day at the races.
Going on to race number 7 here after a real battle in race 6. Capit Daddy gets the win and the first defeat at the meeting for Chuckanut Bay as those two well clear in fast time. Another great performance by each, but Capit Daddy Connections celebrate in the winner's circle. Let's go on to the 7th race today, and this one for fillies and mares at a mile. Platinum Diva likes a mile. She was heavily favored in her most recent. Finished second, claimed out of that race, now in the barn of George Rosales.
Yeah, I'm not quite sure what to make of her because, as you mentioned, she was heavily bet. She was 1-5. I think you picked her. I picked her. I don't remember if Tom picked her, but she had no excuse there. She had a relatively good trip sitting on the rail and angling out. Now, this barn does extremely well with newly claimed horses, and the trainer-jockey combo have been going great guns all year. And she draws a favorable rail again, so she has every chance to make amends for that effort, and we'll see if she can.
Yeah, she does. She's got the rail, and your George Rosales first off a claim is 30% going the last year and a half, so he just has maintained that figure for several years. Platinum Diva, 5-year-old mare, Florida bred, looking for her first Emerald Downs victory. This is her first season up here. Gigi's Map is going to go sprint to route today, John.
Yeah, you look at her last race, she ran evenly there, but in that race, the pace was super hot. As you can see, they ran 21-1, 44 flat, so the fact that she was only 5 lengths behind it, she was moving pretty good early, and she had a right to kind of not have a big stretch kick. Now, she has won routing on the turf, so we know she can get a mile. She comes off an even sprint and drops in price. A lot of positives today.
Second time Kevin Krieger, second consecutive race, he'll ride her in the barn of Charles Essex, and he did win aboard her last year going 6.5. Gigi's Map from the number 2 post. There's the 3 Solo Un Beso, and the first thing that sticks out about her is she's 2 for 3 at the distance.
Yeah, she has won sprinting in the past, but as you mentioned, last year when she went to a route, she was a different horse. She was able to sprint to take the lead early and just drew off to some big wins against, it was restricted company, but she was only 4 at that time. She's 5 now. She's coming off her 2 prep sprints. She's going to a route, and I'm sure the connections know, hey, this is the way she needs to be on the lead. We're going to try and put her on the lead and see how far she goes.
Yep. Jesse Velasquez in charge. Frank Alvarado rides Solo Un Beso. The 4 there is Shanghai Barbie, who has a really fine record at a mile. She lost on the grass to Acclaimed Preacher down in Phoenix a few months ago. That was a mile on the grass, and Acclaimed Preacher's number 6 in here for what it's worth.
And she comes off a super game effort where she was hooked every step of the way but never quit and was able to win by a neck. And as you mentioned, her record routing is really good. We don't get to see too many routes on her form recently, but we know she's run really well routing, and the fact that she has tactical speed and that good route maker gives her a chance at a pretty good size price too.
Yep, she's stepping up in class, but again, a good miler. Jose Puentes, Cayman McGregor aboard. Roses Are Blue hasn't won at a mile, but has run some good races, including her most recent.
Yeah, and in that race, I had her breaking a step slowly, and she was 3 wide on both turns, and she wasn't that far behind Platinum Diva, just a neck, so it wouldn't take much to improve just to beat Platinum Diva, and we'll see if she can improve and beat them all.
There's the 5, Roses Are Blue with Blake Nunnally. Number 6 is Acclaimed Preacher, who was beaten by Platinum Diva and Roses Are Blue in that June 20th race, but can do the mile.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, she was in that race, but she did a lot of the early work. She was up there pressing the pace and got a little tired. She can win from on the lead or off the lead. We'll see if she can turn the tables on her 2 rivals.
Sunglasses with Jairo Marino. Note that rider change Marino aboard the 7, who's dropping in class for Sergio Perez on the track for the 7th.
Horses take the track for the 7th race, the neutral purse at 1 mile. It's a claiming event, purse of $12,000. It's for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Note the rider change for number 7, Sunglasses. Her pilot now, Jairo Moreno. Post time in 5 minutes.
We're on race 7 at Emerald Downs. 7th and 8th upcoming. The late double, that's just $1. If you can get the winners of each race on the same ticket, $1 double. And we are looking forward to the rest of today and tomorrow. Thanks for coming out on Ladies' Day. Hope all the gals are having a good time. Let's do some handicapping. Tom Harris, the first to make a selection here in the 7th.
Joe, before we get into that, just a quick note. The infield totalizator board is out of order at the moment, but you can refer to all the monitors located throughout the facility, plus the big screen.
Yep.
Has all the updated odds info. All right, this 7th race, Sunglasses, the outside with Jairo Moreno in place of Kevin Orozco here. Sunglasses, the 7-year-old mare, checks in here. Big class drop coming into this race. I think you tossed the last one out as she was kind of fanned wide in that race. Looking at the turf races, plus that was her first outing from turf to dirt. So you go back to her turf races, she seems to fare a lot better when she's more closely placed on or near the lead in the early stages. So it'll be interesting to see what her positioning will be here early on in the race. I think if she gets in a good spot early, she has a big chance. Platinum Diva number 1, second selection here with Adrian Castellanos. And Platinum Diva, good effort in the last for the runner-up trip. The distance fits well. Good back class to be had from this one also. Gigi's Map is the 2-horse. This one drops a notch in class. Upset possibility here currently on the board at 7-2. Morning line 9-2 on that one. 7, 1, and 2. My selections here for the 7th.
Sunglasses on top for Tom Harris. John?
You know, I looked at this race and I really struggled in it, and I could change my mind a bunch of times, but when I finally had to make a pick, I'm going to go with number 2, Gigius Map. As I mentioned, she ran an even sprint last time, but the fractions were super fast. I think that sets her up to route well. She's going to be in contention throughout. She has one routing on the turf. We'll see if she can win a route on the dirt today.
Yep, Kid's up there with Kevin Krieger, Charles Essex. I'm going to go Sunglasses as well. She ran here last year and had a third among 3 races. She also had kind of a rough trip on one of the other ones. And she can pass horses. I think Kevin Orozco is up. He's just going to negotiate this outside post and see where he lays. But I think, her quality certainly fits with these. And she's dropping in class. Tom and I on the 7. John is on the 2 here in race 7.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 7th. 7th race, the neutral purse at 1 mile. Unique loading situation here for number 5, Roses Are Blue. She is backed into the starting gate from the front of the gate. That seems to work out best for her. Roses Are Blue, just a little unhappy at the moment. And they get a handle on Roses Are Blue. Backed into the starting gate there. Platinum Diva inside post and Gigi's Map one off the rail. Solo un Beso. Solo un Beso, right at the gate door, looks it over. Now comes Shanghai Barbie. Barbie goes in. Acclaimed Preacher, one from the outside. Sunglasses, last one. They are in the gate. And runners away. Good start for Gigi's Map. Shanghai Barbie off well. An Acclaimed Preacher there to join the lead set. Sunglasses racing to the far outside around the turn. They make the sweep around the first turn. Along the inside, Gigi's Map just in front. Shanghai Barbie right there to greet the leader. Those two move as one. Two clear of Solo and Beso. Acclaimed Preachers next, racing fourth. 2.5 to Platinum Diva next. Then we'll drop back 3 or 4. Sunglasses wide trip out here. Length and a half more to Roses Are Blue. They head midway up the backstretch. Gigi's Map at the inside. Shanghai Barbie is on the outside. Acclaimed Preacher right back of the lead duo. Then comes Solo un Beso racing next. Platinum Diva picks up ground along the inside. 2 more to Roses Are Blue, and Sunglasses trails 7 away, and around the turn they go. Gigi's Map just in front. Shanghai Barbie is right there. They're joined by Acclaimed Preacher, a closer third now. Platinum Diva gearing up, waits for an opening, and Solo and Beso there in stride. They round the turn and run for home. Gigi's Map at the inside comes off the turn in front. Acclaimed Preacher trying to chase down the leader as they're in deep stretch. Platinum Diva center of the racetrack, but out front it's Gigi's Map to take him inside the final 100 yards. Gigi's Map and Kevin Krieger going on. Platinum Diva, one final surge. Gigi's Map hangs on to win it. Platinum Diva, the runner-up. Roses Are Blue from far back to get third. Acclaimed Preacher followed Solo and Beso, Shanghai Barbie, and Sunglasses. Time of the race, 1:37 and 95/100ths. Order of finish on the board now official. Winner number 2, Gigi's Map. Second was number 1, Platinum Diva. Third came number 5, Roses Are Blue. And fourth, number 6, Acclaimed Preacher. Running time for the mile, 1:37 and 95/100 The 7th race today was the Neutral Purse. Once again, results official. The official winner, Gigi's Map. In the Michelob Ultra Winners Circle, Gigi's Map. She's owned by Joe Crawford and trained by Charlie Essex. Kevin Krieger on board for the winning ride. Gigi's Map, a 5-year-old. Dark Bear Brown Mare by Liam's Map. From Socialized, she was sired by City Zip. Bred in Kentucky by Mackmer Hall and Shino Racing Incorporated. And we heard the bell sound for the Thoroughbred Aftercare program. Donations made down at the Winner's Circle by the Winning Connections. Your donations are greatly appreciated, going to the benefit of the Thoroughbred Aftercare program. Whenever we hear the bell, we know that a donation has been made. Also, Al McGeckern making a donation earlier today as well. Special thanks to Al. Here's a look at the prices for the 7th, number 2, Gigi's Map, $7.18 to win, $3.38 to place, $2.72 to show. Number 1, Platinum Diva, $2.38 to place, $2.10 to show. Number 5, Roses Are Blue, $3.22 on the show ticket. The Exacta, $6.35. Rolling Double, $9.95. 50-cent trifecta, $8.34. 10-cent super, $6.01. Winning pick 3, $16.22. Coming up, the 8th and final, it's the Budweiser Purse at 5 furlongs. Number 1, Slippery Silk. An owner correction. The owner should be listed as Chris Sutton. Chris Sutton, corrected owner for number 1, Slippery Silk. Number 7, Belle of Edmonds will race with Blinkers On. Blinkers On, number 7. Number 8, Ording Mist, has been scratched. Scratch number 8, Ording Mist. Post time for the 8th race. Coming up at 5:16, 16 minutes until post time. Fans, don't forget tomorrow's T-Rex Day at Emerald Downs. You can be part of the action. All you need to do is wear a T-Rex costume. There's races for kids, teens, adults, and seniors. That's the Dino division. Races are presented by Wayscar Ford of Auburn, and it will air on ESPN2 later in the summer. If you need a costume, you can buy one today at the gift shop on the track level, then register in the park area tomorrow starting at 12:30. Post time tomorrow's 1:50. Join us for the T-Rex Day at Emerald Downs.
Eighth and final at Emerald Downs on a Saturday afternoon. It's a 5-furlong sprint for maidens, fillies, and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Thanks for joining us today, especially the ladies. Ladies' Day at Emerald Downs. And we do have a birthday wish as well. We'd certainly like to wish a 50th happy birthday to Tom Rodeker. Tom, hear you're having a good day at the track today. We always like to hear that. Tom Rodeker, happy birthday. We're looking at Slippery Silk, and she's undoubtedly going to be the favorite in here off her career debut, which was on May 16th, a few weeks ago. But John Lindley, she showed excellent speed that day.
Yeah, as you mentioned, I mean, she ran great. She ran 21.3 for the first quarter mile, which is, you know, normally going to do a horse in, and she held on right till the very end there. And this is after breaking slow. So now she's been off a couple months, so you have some questions answered there. But the connection, she's a 4-year-old, so we're in July of her 4-year-old year. They're like, let's put her where they can win. If she gets out of the gate cleanly, she's going to be probably have a pretty good lead. We'll see if it's good enough to hang on and win today.
Okay, she is a Calbred 4-year-old who made her career debut in mid-May a couple months ago for trainer Debbie Perry, and third behind Malibu Lady and Native Empress in a maiden special weight, so dropping in class, and she has shown speed. Kevin Krieger aboard. Number 2 there, swinging in the rain, couple first-time starters. She's by Barkley out of Sweet Swingin' Ms., who's produced 7 runners and 7 winners. The fastest probably swing shift deputy who did well here and in Northern Cal. Howard Gibson runner with Alex Cruz aboard. It's kind of compact built there. Maybe a sprinter is swinging in the rain. Designated runner is dropping from 25,000 as well. This is a Ryland Harwood trainee with Alex Anaya today. 4 is the other first-time starter, John, by 613 out of My Lady's a Bit Shady, who was a 2-time winner. She's produced 2 winners from 3 starters. Tom Wenzel, first-time starter.
Yeah, both first-time starters actually have excellent win early breeding, and this one goes for a barn that does have them ready when they get to their older here. 3-year-old, nice workout pattern, should have talent.
Shady Creek, Adrian Castellanos aboard that firster. Harbor the Gold Mare, My Lady's a Bit Shady. Lots of Kitty is the 5 by Lots of Mischief, a successful son of Into Mischief standing in Arizona. And she did win down at Turf Paradise, was disqualified. She's only had 1 start at this meeting.
Yeah, and in that race, you know, she was in against much tougher. In the race before that, she ran against winners because, as you mentioned, she had officially broken her maiden. So now she's in against maidens at a price that she has been much more competitive for. She should run a lot better today.
Vince Gibson runner. Blake Nunnally, there's the 6 with Frank Alvarado aboard for David Martinez. So has some early run, does Roxy's Secret, back in for 10,000. And you got Belle of Edmonds with blinkers on for Frank Lucarelli. First time Lasix as well.
Getting Lasix, dropping in price, gets an outside draw and adds blinkers. All, you know, might add up to a much better effort than what she did as 2-year-old.
Scratch the 8, number 9. There's a 7. Belle of Edmonds. Isaiah Enriquez. Scratch the 8. Donata. 7 for 8 in the money. 7 of her last 8 in the top 3, so a contender for Gary Griner. And Little Minnie Mo gets Silvio Amador for her 3rd start of 2026. And we go to the track for the 8th and final.
Horses on the track for the 8th race. It's the Budweiser, purse at 5 furlongs. Maiden claiming event, purse of $10,000 for maiden fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Reminder that number 7, Belle of Edmonds, races with blinkers on number 7. And a reminder that number 8, Ording Mist, has been scratched. Post time in less than 5 minutes for the nightcap.
We're up on the 8th race here at Emerald Downs. And 8 races again tomorrow, starting at 1:50. It's T-Rex Sunday tomorrow. And one more reminder, if you yourself or somebody in the family or friend wants to run in the T-Rex race, we do have costumes available for purchase here at Emerald Downs at our gift shop. And there will be a half-hour show later this summer on ESPN2, centered around the T-Rex races at Emerald Downs tomorrow. The 8th race is a sprint, a short sprint, 5 furlongs for these maiden 3-year-olds and upward, fillies and mares, scratch number 8. Let's go up to Tom.
Joe, you and John got your T-Rex costumes yet?
I'm not going to be running on the track anytime soon.
I think all 3 of us qualify for the Dino division. It'll be fun, though. Tomorrow's going to be a great day, lots of fun. As you mentioned, all of the T-Rex events, races in many divisions, post time 150. But before we do that, we have the 8th and final today. That's the Budweiser here at 5 furlongs. Lots of attention going to Slippery Silk on the inside currently. The odds-on choice. This one showed excellent speed at first asking, draws the inside rail today, and shortens the distance a step. So all indications for Slippery Silk to enjoy that. Kevin Krieger will be on board for this one. Debbie Peary's the coach. Shady Creek, number 4, second selection for me here in this one. Solid Morning Works coming into this one for trainer Tom Wenzel. And, of course, Trainer Wenzel's had a fantastic season so far. Adrian Castellanos to guide. Donata, one from the outside, rounds out my top 3. Another speedy sort. Could be in the mix early on in this race and maybe hold out for a piece of the pie here. I go 1, 4, and 9, 1, 4, and 9, that is, here in the 8th and final.
Okay, one on top, Slippery Silk. Who's the second favorite? Second favorites have won the last 3 races and 5 overall today. Looks like it's between 4 and 5 right now. John, how do you see it?
Yeah, and I think one of the first-time starters will be second favorite, but I agree with the public and Tom, and we talked, this race like it was written for Slippery Silk. She shortens up to 5 furlongs. She draws the rail. She drops in price, and we know she's super quick early. We'll see if she gets out of the gate cleanly, because last time she didn't break well at all, and she still was able to get the lead. Who knows what would have happened if she'd broken sharp. We'll see if that's the case today, but she's clearly the one to beat the end of the card.
Yep, there she is, and that is Kevin Krieger aboard. And she was at 5.5 after a slow start on May 16th. This is only 5 furlongs, and we see her as the horse to beat. Many others do. We're all on number 1 here in the 8th.
And the horses have reached the starting gate. Post time for the 8th. Field set to load for the 8th and final. The Budweiser purse at 5 furlongs. In goes Swinging in the Rain, joined by Designated Runner. Lots of Kitty stands well, met by Roxy's Secret, just to her outside. Now they're joined by Shady Creek. Belle of Edmonds towards the outside, open slot for the favorite Slippery Silk at the rail. In goes Slippery Silk. Donata, one from the outside. Little Mini Mo, far outside. All set. runners away. Good start for Lots of Kitty. Quick into stride. Slippery Silk goes right out there now, flying from the rail as they sprint up the backstretch. Far outside, Little Minnie Mo's in the chase early. Roxy's Secret follows to Donata next on the outside, circling up Belle of Edmonds mid-pack. Will drop back 3 to Swinging in the Rain and Shady Creek. Roxy's Secret lingering third last now. Round the turn they go, and Slippery Silk on the lead. Out there cleared 2, 2 1/4. Little Minnie Mo is chasing. Belle of Edmonds up to the outside third, and they round the turn and head for home. Slippery Silk takes him off the turn, 2 1/2 to the good with a furlong to go. It's Slippery Silk on the lead. Middle of the racetrack comes Belle of Edmonds trying to close the gap. Little Minnie Mo as well. 50 yards to the line. Slippery Silk turns him away and wins it by a length and a quarter. Shady Creek rushing in there with Little Minnie Mo. Belle of Edmonds followed that. Then we had Lots of Kitty further back. Donata racing third last. Running time of the race was 58 32 1/100ths. First place finisher number 1, Slippery Silk. Photo for the place position. Photo showing number 4, Shady Creek, finishing second. Number 10, Little Minnie Mo, was third. Finishing fourth was number 7, Belle of Edmonds. And fifth, number 5, Lots of Kitty. That for the Pentafecta. Ladies and gentlemen, the inquiry sign appears on the totalizator board. The inquiry is a steward's inquiry. However, it does not affect the top place finishers. Once again, running time of the race, 58 32 1/100ths. Eighth race, the Budweiser Purse. Results are now official. Stewards deeming to make no change in the order of finish. And in the Michelob Ultra winner's circle, it's Slippery Silk. She's owned by Chris Sutton, trained by Debbie Peary. Kevin Krieger on board for the winning ride. That's a riding double for jockey Kevin Krieger. 4-year-old Chestnut Filly by Tom's Tribute from Elegant in Silk. She was sired by Heartspun. Bred in California by Harris Farms Incorporated. Here's a look at the prices for the 8th and final winner, number 1, Slippery Silk. $382 to win, $282 to place, $256 on the show ticket. Number 4, Shady Creek, just in second, $646 to place, $470 on the show. Number 10, Little Minnie Mo, $4.10 to show. The exact $9.95. Late double paid $9.90. 50-cent trifecta, $26.34. 10-cent super, $50.57. The Pentafecta returns $609.95. The pick 3 worth $9.08. The late pick 4, $34.40. The pick 5 today, $2,204.27. The 10-cent jackpot pick 6, $24.03. That for 5 winners. There were no unique winning tickets in the jackpot pick 6, and that carryover pool for tomorrow now stands at $7,981.02. Coming up, the replay of the 8th race in regards to the steward's inquiry. This is one of the views they were looking at. They were taking a look at number 3, who was designated runner, who came away rankly at the start of the race, not affecting or involving any of the top place finishers. There was no change made in the order of finish. Here's a look at the place photo. You see Shady Creek just nosing in for second. Don't forget, racing continues tomorrow. T-Rex Day at the races. Get that T-Rex costume. Come on out. Take part in all the fun. You can stop by the gift shop on your way out this evening. It's on the track level. Post time tomorrow is 1:50. From all of us here at Emerald Downs, I'm your track announcer, Tom Harris, wishing you all a pleasant good night.